Trump and the extreme fringe of their party at the expense of our most sacred national obligations. They cynically pound the table about Iran, but they're suddenly blind to Putin's wrath in Ukraine and deaf to Xi's threats against Taiwan. They callously disregard the humanitarian tragedy facing Gazans, who are also victims of Hamas, eroding our credibility and undermining future prospects for a just and lasting peace. And I'm appalled that after 3,300 anti-Semitic attacks in this country in just 3 months, they will pass a dozen non-binding resolutions only to turn around and defund basic protections for Jewish Americans. We could have passed the president's emergency request months ago in a massive bipartisan show of strength. But instead, Republicans are needlessly weaponizing these vital efforts to score cheap political points. It took far too long to get here, yet this bill still falls short of our needs. As a Jew, as a proud Zionist, my conscience demands that I vote with Israel in her hour of need in this moment of crisis. But I won't pretend that this bill comes close to meeting our security needs. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I yield to the gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy, 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of 7217, the Israel Security Supplemental Appropriations Act. In the face of terror and absolute unprovoked aggression, Israel is in the fight for its existence. The United States must not shirk its duty and must support Israel. Israel has the absolute right to exist. Mr. Speaker, the world is essentially on fire. If you do not combat dictators, if you do not combat terrorists, we are shirking our duty. So today, now, with the United States being Israel's greatest ally, we must support them. We already sent the Senate a support bill. We sent them a support bill for Israel. We did that barely a month after the Hamas attack on October the 7th. But what has Senator Schumer and Senator Democrats done? They've sat on it. And now they want to send us a bill to try to fix their crisis at the border and guise that with support of Israel. By the way, their crisis at the border, President Biden's crisis at the border, has cost this nation $450 billion. That pales in comparison to the $17 billion that we are asking for Israel. We don't need gimmicks. We don't need a bill that hasn't even been passed by the Senate, which will allow more and more and more illegals to come into this country. What we need is a singular bill to support Israel, our greatest ally. With that, I ask my colleagues to support H.R. 7217. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, a member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. Frankel.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this bill for emergency funding for Israel and for U.S. military operations in the Middle East. On October 7, 2023, Hamas terrorists brutally attacked Israel, murdering, maiming, and raping innocent women, men, and children, taking 240 hostages, many who remain in dark tunnels, being starved and abused. And adding fuel to the fire, Iran proxies are shooting rockets into Israel, jeopardizing commerce in the Red Sea, and killing American soldiers on military bases. Funds from this bill will enable Israel to defend itself and the U.S. to protect our own military personnel. Mr. Speaker, I recognize and I respect the concern of friends who support Israel but want other issues also important to be addressed. But, Mr. Speaker, the perfect should not be the enemy of the good. And let me be clear, my vote will be for what is in this proposed bill and not a rebuke of what is left out. I fear that a divided Congress will embolden Israel's adversaries and put our own military in harm's way. Israel's security is our security. I stand with Israel. I stand with humanity. and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bill. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, 3 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today I rise to show my strong support for this aid package that will support our closest ally, Israel. Providing much-needed assistance for Israel and for U.S. forces in the Middle East region reaffirms our unwavering commitment to democracy, security, and peace in the Middle East. This is a funding package that will enhance Israel's defense capabilities, specifically in the area of missile and rocket defense, with significant allocations for the Iron Dome and David Sling systems, and the innovative Iron Beam system designed to counteract shorter-range threats. All of these are made even more necessary due to Iran's investment in weapons for terrorists around the region, including Hamas, the Houthis, Hezbollah, and others. And these groups are expanding their attacks on U.S. troops. This aid package should transcend partisan lines. It is about more than supporting Israel's right to defend itself. It is about securing our strategic interests and showing support for our closest ally, Israel. That's why I was shocked to see that President Biden swore to veto this legislation, which provides our ally Israel with essential aid. There are no policy riders or poison pills. It is a clean bill supporting the state of Israel. This should not be political, and it shouldn't be that complicated. Yet, for whatever reason, Joe Biden has indicated he would veto this bill, and House and Senate Democrats are falling all over themselves to oppose it. It has been 122 days since the terrorist attack of October 7th. The House passed an aid package months ago. The Senate did not act. And according to reports, the Senate may not even have the votes tomorrow to pass their supplemental bill. Therefore, this may end up being the only bill in town. And I just can't understand why my Democratic colleagues, whether you think it's political or not, vote yes. What are you, crazy? I just don't even understand the logic. It's a clean bill. Vote yes. Even ultimately, if the Senate does pass their bill and it does come here, then we'll deal with that. But why would you ever want to be on the record on a clean bill opposing aid to the state of Israel? It's foolish. It's my sincere hope that all of my colleagues will find the moral courage to support this funding package and support Israel in her time of need while providing critical resources to our troops overseas. A little common sense here. Vote yes. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from California reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Connecticut, the ranking member of the Intelligence Committee, Mr. Himes.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank Ms. DeLauro, and maybe I can help my confused friend from New York so that he might understand what is at stake here and why Democrats are going to vote no. I stand here with some trepidation because for a decade and a half I have stood here and proudly voted to support Israel, and Israel has been attacked, and I know that we will pass Israel aid. But make no mistake, what we're seeing today is a profoundly cynical political maneuver. And for my friend from New York, let me explain it. Mr. Calvert, Ms. DeLauro, and I were in the White House when the Speaker, all of 2 days the Speaker of the House, looked at the National Security Advisor and said, we will do border first, Ukraine, Taiwan, and Israel. He demanded that. The White House said, no, we shouldn't bind those things up because that creates the possibility that we don't get any of that done. And then we make very real progress. We have a bipartisan package which does all of those things. It counters Putin's murderousness in Ukraine. It supports Taiwan. It stands with Israel. It provides humanitarian aid. And it offers a once-in-a-generation opportunity to do a border and immigration deal. An immigration deal that the Border Patrol Union has endorsed. My Republican colleagues trot out the Border Patrol every day and say, look at these poor guys. The Border Patrol Union has endorsed this bill. This should pass. It's a historic opportunity to stand for what we believe as Americans. But then something happened. Donald Trump called. Donald Trump called the Speaker. The Speaker said it. And he said, we know how he feels about Ukraine. And he said, don't do the border deal. A border deal negotiated with one of the most conservative senators in the United States Senate, Mr. Calvert, Ms. DeLauro, and I heard Mitch McConnell say this is a better deal than we get if Donald Trump is president and we have the House and the Senate. But Donald Trump called. I need to put another name out there. Neville Chamberlain, 1938, peace for our time, because he kowtowed to a dictator. That is what is at stake. We will hang the legacy of Neville Chamberlain around our necks if we don't seize this historic opportunity to do a comprehensive security bill and reject this political, cynical maneuver. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserved. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank the Speaker. The House was excluded from all negotiations regarding the Senate supplemental. And today we're talking about assistance to Israel that's needed immediately. I yield to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Rouser, 1.5 minutes.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of this bill authored by my good friend from California, Ken Calvert. This legislation provides additional security assistance to ensure Israel, our greatest Middle Eastern ally, survives the most significant threats to its existence to date. The Jewish people are confronting the unspeakable evil of Hamas, which perpetrated a callous, barbaric attack against the state of Israel and continues to hold more than 132 people hostage in Gaza, including fellow Americans. Israel needs our support to ensure they can win this war and bring every hostage home, as well as counter the other threats to their national security. This bill reaffirms the United States' strong commitment to supporting the people of Israel by providing critical funding to reinforce Israeli defense system and does so without compromising our own readiness. In addition, it ensures our ability to protect U.S. citizens and personnel in Israel. We cannot and must not turn our back on our ally. Doing so would only embolden Hamas, incentivize Iran to continue funding ruthless attacks on Israel, and weaken the security of American personnel in the region, not to mention the harm it would eventually bring to our own nation here at home. We either ensure that Israel has the resources to win, or we are eventually forced to fight the same enemies here. For those who want to annihilate Israel, wish to do the same to America. Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
Gentleman from California reserved. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Israel is fighting an existential war against Hamas, a death cult dedicated to the genocide of Jews and the annihilation of the Jewish state, while also being attacked by Hezbollah, the IRGC and Iranian proxies, and Houthis. There is no question that the United States must support our ally Israel. But to my colleagues, I say it is folly to think that what is happening now in the Middle East is not connected to what is happening concurrently in Ukraine. If Ukraine falls, the aid we're providing Israel in this bill is only going to be a small down payment to what will be needed when Israel faces a strengthened Hezbollah backed by an emboldened Iran, encouraged by a newly empowered Russia. And the United States will likely need to spend billions of additional dollars stationing more U.S. troops alongside our NATO allies in Europe. We are selling ourselves and our allies short by not taking the responsibility of leadership this country should be taking. And if we don't continue, it's going to cost our kids and our kids' future. It is shameful that the Republicans and Speaker Johnson are using our most important ally, Israel, as a political cudgel. It threatens not only Israel's security, but America's security and our children's future. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I'm pleased to recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Van Orden, for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would remind my colleague that, in fact, I agree with him for one time. These events are connected, and the connection is the incredibly strategic amount of strategic weakness the Biden administration has shown. That's why Putin invaded Ukraine, and that's why Hamas has gone crazy in Israel. Immediately following the attacks of October 7th, I went to Israel and I witnessed what Hamas did to the Jewish people. And as a retired Navy SEAL combat medic, it put me on my heels. And I will remind my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that there was a ceasefire on October 6th, that there was a a de facto two-state solution on October 6th, and that was broken by Hamas. And unlike the vast majority of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I spent my entire adult life either training for, training others for, or at war myself. So there is a difference between the conflict in Ukraine and what's taking place in Israel right now. Vladimir Putin is a war criminal, and he is after territorial gains. Hamas is a group of savages that are after the utter destruction of the Jews as a people. They want to eradicate them. And there are members of the other party who have been censured, member of the other party that's been censured on this floor for grossly anti-Semitic remarks, and that's what's taking place. Do not be fooled by this political rhetoric. I stand with the Jewish people now. I will stand with them from the beginning to the end, so the river to the sea never takes place. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will vote no today on the $17 billion aid package, which provides a blank check to Netanyahu, Ben-Gvir, and the extreme right-wing government in Israel. How dare Ben-Gvir, Israel's national security minister, have the gall to criticize America while calling for the mass expulsion of Palestinians? I will vote no because this bill includes zero humanitarian aid while children are dying and 400,000 Gazans face famine. I will vote no because this bill undermines human rights and international law, ignoring the recent ICJ decision calling on Israel to do more to protect Palestinian civilians. I will vote no because it is painfully obvious to the entire world that what is needed today is a permanent ceasefire and a release of all hostages. There come moments in a nation's history when our actions reveal our values. This is such a moment. We must stand for stopping the bombing, for ending this brutal war, and for justice in the Middle East, with a Palestinian state with equal rights living side by side with Israel.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. From Connecticut is recognized.
Sorry. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I thank the chair. Mr. Speaker, more than 1,200 Israelis were killed on October 7th, and 136 remain hostage. In response, 27,478 Palestinians have been killed, 70% of whom are women and children. And most Gazans today cannot reach a fully functioning hospital. This is not war. This is slaughter. And yet, after all this destruction and devastation, the Netanyahu government is still nowhere close to their stated objective of destroying Hamas. Moreover, the United States has our own requirements outlawing the transfer of weapons to forces engaged in gross human rights violations. We have a responsibility to honor those laws, to facilitate a bilateral ceasefire, to move to end this campaign of mass casualty and loss of life that risks bringing the entire region closer to a wider, deadlier conflict. This bill contains $17 billion on top of the billions we already transfer every year with no conditions and no humanitarian aid for the most vulnerable. Everyday Americans should not tolerate this squandering of our resources without oversight on such an inhumane and ineffective operation, especially when we are living paycheck to paycheck and they cannot see their Congress address their most basic material concerns. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Here we go again, sending $17.6 billion U.S. tax dollars with no conditions attached to Netanyahu's extremist government to drop more bombs on innocent Palestinians. The Israeli government has already killed 27,000 people. 11,500 of them were children. I'm tired of my colleagues coming to me whispering I don't really like Netanyahu. Well, then why are we sending him billions of dollars with no conditions? He literally is telling us over and over again what his intention is. I'm tired of my colleagues coming and whispering to me, Rashida, I support a two-state solution. Great. Then send money that conditions for a two-state solution, because Netanyahu has over and over again told us he never wants to see a Palestinian state. So I'm tired. I oppose Netanyahu's war crimes and want him gone too. But many of my colleagues that continue to tell me that do not want to condition the aid. They give it to a genocidal maniac. My message to my colleagues is simple. If you don't support Netanyahu, if you're disgusted by the countless videos of lifeless children pulled out of the rubble, if you actually believe in upholding human rights and international law, vote no on a blank check to Netanyahu's genocide.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
Thank you.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I would say the folks that believe in genocide is Hamas. I yield to the gentleman from Florida, the chairman of the State and Foreign Operations Subcommittee, Mr. Diaz-Balart, 2.5 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Let me first thank the gentleman from California, Chairman Calvert, for his leadership in drafting this critical bill, along with the Chairwoman Kay Granger, and the leadership for bringing this forward. As Mr. Calvert just said, yes, there has been genocide, but the genocide has been from Hamas, And if the world needed yet another reminder of the importance of Israel as a safe haven for the Jewish people, then the attacks of October 7th should be that wake-up call. This is not that complicated. I've been disgusted and shocked by some of the things that we've been hearing, including the sheer glee and displayed in celebrations across, even in this country, because of the murders of October. And remember, those grotesque celebrations and demonstrations happened before Israel even began its military action to defend Israelis, again in Gaza. So let's be clear. Those demonstrations, those statements, those celebrations were and are in favor of the terrorist group Hamas. The despicable anti-Semitism, which has been dramatically increased since October 7th, that we've even seen here sometimes on this floor, has to be condemned and has to stop. Israel is on the front line in the battle against terrorism. The terrorism of Hamas, Hezbollah, ISIS, you name it, and all of those, they continue to await for an opportunity to strike at Israel, as they have, just like they want to strike here to the American people in the United States. Israel and the United States do not want violence. But the problem is that the terrorists do, and they are the ones who have killed and butchered and maimed innocent Israelis. Again, last November, the House passed another Israel security supplemental, which was fully offset by a rescission of the IRS funding, and that was the reason why the White House claimed that they opposed that bill. Well, now there are zero excuses to oppose this bill. This bill does one thing, Mr. Speaker. It provides urgently needed funding for our friend and ally Israel to defeat the terrorists that they are dealing with. The United States must stand with Israel and to eradicate terrorism. This is not that complicated. You can use every excuse in the world and again with the purpose of supporting Hamas and justifying the murders. This bill stands with Israel. No ifs, no ands, no buts. I'm grateful to Chairman Calvert for bringing this important piece of legislation, and I wholeheartedly support it. I yield back.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, the distinguished ranking member of the State and Foreign Operations Subcommittee, Ms. Lee.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much. I want to thank the gentlelady for yielding and for her strong leadership. Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose H.R. 7217. The United States and the world are facing a very dangerous time, with the risk of being pulled deeper and deeper into conflicts across the globe. Meanwhile, millions of people around the world are facing violence, dislocation, and hunger. This bill really is not a serious effort. As the ranking member of the State and Foreign Operations Subcommittee, I cannot support a bill that fails to meet the challenges of this moment and abandons those most in need of humanitarian assistance. And yes, This bill undermines the United States policy which supports a two-state solution. This bill is a blatant political stunt that is dead on arrival in the Senate. And so I urge my colleagues to oppose it. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Connecticut reserves.
Yes.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
May I inquire how much time is left? Both sides.
Gentleman from California has 30 seconds. Gentlelady from Connecticut has 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, who has the right to close?
Reserve the right to close. Gentlelady from Connecticut.
Yes,
reserve.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from California reserves. Gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Okay, thank you. A short while ago, my colleague from Arkansas said it is our solemn duty to protect our allies. Indeed, it is our solemn duty to protect our allies. Our allies in this case are Israel, yes, and we support Israel. Our ally is Ukraine, and we need to continue to support Ukraine. Our ally is Taiwan, and we need to support Taiwan. We have a solemn duty, yes, to provide humanitarian assistance to innocent civilians. We have a solemn duty to protect our border. These are not the issues that are part of this bill. This bill does not meet those solemn obligations. My Republican colleagues do not want to help Ukraine or the Indo-Pacific and Taiwan. They do not want to address border security. They talked about border security as being the key to opening up the door to foreign assistance. They said it in the White House. The Speaker did that and now has walked away from it. It is really a political sham. They do not want to promote humanitarian assistance and leave millions of innocent civilians without food, shelter, clothing. In a conversation with the director of the World Food Organization, Cynthia McCain, she said, and I asked about Gaza, she said to me, Rosa, these people are starving. It is a famine. And I believe that is as well in this process of providing assistance to just Israel and not our other allies, they do hurt Israel and isolate Israel. It is time for my colleagues to be able to, on the other side of the aisle, to put our country and our national security ahead of partisan politics. What we should do is to vote this bill down. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Connecticut yields. Gentleman from California is recognized.
The gentlelady yields the balance of her time.
Yes, sir.
I'll close. The gentlelady is correct. This bill is not about Ukraine or Indo-PACOM or some other things that I would love to have some discussions about in the future. This is about Israel. And I think my friends on the other side of the aisle know I'm not a cynical person. I went about this. I've been in favor of moving an Israel bill for some time, and now is the time. I think it's just simply the right thing to do. And with that, let's pass this bill. Let's support Israel, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 7217? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is...
Mr. Speaker,
purposes of the gentlelady from Connecticut.
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 1727 if ordered. Adoption of House Resolution 863 if ordered. And the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7217. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on suspending the rules and passing H.R. 1727 as amended, which the clerk will report by title.
Union Calendar Number 297, H.R. 1727, a bill to amend the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal Development Act to extend the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal National Historical Park Commission.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? So many as are in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. For what purposes? The gentleman from California seek
Mr. Speaker, I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 427, the nays are 2, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 1C of Rule 19, further consideration of House Resolution 863 will now resume. The clerk will report the title.
House Calendar Number 60, House Resolution 863, Resolution impeaching Alejandro Nicholas Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security, for high crimes and misdemeanors.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, on that,
purposes, the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 214 and the nays are 216. The resolution is not adopted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Moore of Utah moves to reconsider the vote on adoption of House Resolution 863.
The question is on the motion to reconsider. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Utah.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and the nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 7217, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 7217, a bill making emergency supplemental appropriations to respond to the attacks in Israel for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
1 minute.
Frustration, but I got to go to an event, guys. I'm really sorry. I'll catch you later. It's frustration. You'll see it again, though.
It'll come up on the floor soon?
Yeah.
This question on House Resolution 996 and adoption of a House Resolution 996 if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on House Resolution 996, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 62, House Resolution 996, Resolution providing for consideration of the resolution House Resolution 863, impeaching Alejandro Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security, for high crimes and misdemeanors, and providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 485 to amend Title 11 of the Social Security Act to prohibit the use of quality-adjusted life years and similar measures in coverage and payment determinations under federal health care programs.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change a vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays. On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 207. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Madam Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask for a recorded vote, please.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
30 seconds. Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change the vote? Aye or no with order? On this
Vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 209. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. The House will be in order. Please take your seats or take your conversations outside. The House will come to order.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 996, I call up House Res 863 and ask for the immediate consideration in the House.
The House will be in order. Please take your seats or take your conversations outside. The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 60, House Resolution 863. Resolved that Alejandro Nicholas Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security of the United States of America, is impeached for high crimes and misdemeanors, and that the following articles of impeachment be exhibited to the United States Senate. Articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives of the United States of America in the name of itself and of the people of the United States of America against Alejandro N. Mayorkas, Secretary of Homeland Security of the United States of America, and maintenance and support of its impeachment against him for high crimes and misdemeanors. Article 1, willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that the civil officers of the United States, including the Secretary of Homeland Security, shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. In his conduct while Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro N. Mayorkas, in violation of his oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, to bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and to well and faithfully discharge the duties of his office, has willfully and systemically refused to comply with federal immigration laws, and that throughout his tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro N. Mayorkas has repeatedly violated laws enacted by Congress regarding immigration and border security. In large part because of his unlawful conduct, millions of aliens have illegally entered the United States on an annual basis, with many unlawfully remaining in the United States. His refusal to obey the law is not only an offense against the separation of powers in the Constitution of the United States, it also threatens our national security and has had a dire impact on communities across the country. Despite clear evidence that his willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law has significantly contributed to unprecedented levels of illegal entrance, the increased control of the southwest border by drug cartels, and the imposition of enormous costs on states and localities affected by the influx of aliens, Alejandro N. Mayorkas has continued in his refusal to comply with the law, and thereby acted to the grave detriment of the interests of the United States. Alejandro N. Mayorkas engaged in this scheme or course of conduct through the following means. 1. Alejandro N. Mayorkas willfully refused to comply with the detention mandate set forth in Section 235B2A of the Immigration and Nationality Act, requiring that all applicants for admission who are not clearly and beyond a doubt entitled to be admitted shall be detained for a removal proceeding. Instead of complying with his requirement, Alejandro N. Mayorkas implemented a catch and release scheme whereby such aliens are unlawfully released, even without effective mechanisms to ensure appearances before the immigration courts for removal proceedings or to ensure removal in the case of alien ordered removed. 2. Alejandro N. Mayorkas willfully refused to comply with the detention mandate set forth in Section 235B1B II of such act, requiring that an alien who is placed into expedited removal proceedings and determined to have a credible fear of prosecution shall be detained for further consideration of the application for asylum. Instead of complying with this requirement, Alejandro N. Mayorkas implemented a catch and release scheme whereby such aliens are unlawfully released, even without effective mechanisms to ensure appearances before the immigration courts for removal proceedings or to ensure removal in the case of aliens ordered removed. 3. Alejandro N. Mayorkas willfully refused to comply with the detention set forth in Section 235B1B III-4 of such act, requiring that an alien who is placed into expedited removal proceedings and determined not to have a credible fear of persecution shall be detained until removed. Instead of complying with this requirement, Alejandro N. Mayorkas has implemented a catch and release scheme whereby such aliens are unlawfully released, even without effective mechanisms to ensure appearances before the immigration courts for removal proceedings or to ensure removed in the case of aliens ordered removed. 4. Alejandro Mayorkas willfully refused to comply with the detention mandate set forth in Section 236C of such act, requiring that a criminal alien who is inadmissible or deportable on certain criminal and terrorism-related grounds shall be taken into custody when the alien is released from law enforcement custody. Instead of complying with this requirement, Alejandro Mayorkas issued guidelines for the enforcement of civil immigration laws, which instructs Department of Homeland Security, here and thereafter referred to as DHS, officials that the fact an individual is a removable non-citizen shall not alone be the basis of an enforcement action against them, and that DHS personnel should not rely on the fact of conviction alone, even with respect to aliens subject to mandatory arrest and detention pursuant to Section 236C of such act, to take them into custody. In Texas versus United States, 40 F. 4th 205, 2022, the United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit concluded that these guidelines had every indication of being a general policy that is so extreme as to amount to an abdication of statutory responsibilities, and that its replacement of Congress's statutory mandates with concerns of equity and race is extralegal and plainly outside the bounds of the power conferred by the INA. 5. Alejandro Mayorkas willfully refused to comply with the detention mandate set forth in Section 241A2 of such act, requiring that an alien ordered removed shall be detained during the removal period. Instead of complying with this mandate, Alejandro Mayorkas issued guidelines for the enforcement of civil immigration laws, which instructs DHS officials that the fact an individual is a removable non-citizen shall not alone be the basis of an enforcement action against them, and that DHS personnel shall not rely on the fact of conviction alone, even with respect to aliens subject to mandatory detention and removal pursuant to Section 241A of such act. 6. Alejandro Mayorkas willfully exceeded his parole authority set forth in Section 212D5A of such act that permits parole to be granted only on a case-by-case basis, temporarily and for urgent humanitarian reasons or significant public benefit, in that A. Alejandro Mayorkas paroled aliens en masse in order to release them from mandatory detention, despite the fact that, as the United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit concluded in Texas versus Biden, 20 F. 4th 928, 2021, paroling every alien, DHS cannot detain in the opposite of the case-by-case basis determines required by law, and DHS's pretended power to parole aliens while ignoring the limitations Congress imposed on the parole power is not non-enforcement. It's misenforcement, suspension of the INA, or both. B. Alejandro Mayorkas created, reopened, or expanded a series of categorical parole programs never authorized by Congress for foreign nationals outside of the United States, including for certain Central American minors, Ukrainians, Venezuelans, Cubans, Haitians, Nicaraguans, Colombians, Salvadorians, Guatemalans, Hondurans, which enabled hundreds of thousands of inadmissible aliens to enter the United States in violation of the laws enacted by Congress. 7. Alejandro Mayorkas willfully exceeded his release authority set forth in Section 236A of such act that permits, in certain circumstances, the release of aliens arrested on an administrative warrant, and that Alejandro Mayorkas released aliens arrested without a warrant, despite their being subject to a separate applicable mandatory detention requirement set forth in Section 235B2 of such act. Alejandro Mayorkas released such aliens by retroactively issuing administrative warrants in an attempt to circumvent Section 235B2 of such act. In Florida versus United States, number 3:21 CV 1066 TKW ZCB, ND, Florida, March 8, 2023, the United States District Court of the Northern District of Florida noted that this sleight of hand using an arrest warrant as a de facto release warrant is administrative sophistry at its worst. In addition, the court concluded that what makes DHS's application of 236A in this matter unlawful is that 235B2, not 236A, governs the detention of applicants for admission whom DHS places in removal proceedings after inspection. Alejandro N. Mayorkas's willful and systemic refusal to comply with the laws has had calamitous consequences for the nation and the people of the United States, including: 1. During fiscal years 2017 through 2020, an average of about 590,000 aliens each fiscal year were encountered as inadmissible aliens at ports of entry on the southwest border or apprehended between ports of entry. Therefore, during Alejandro N. Mayorkas's tenure in office, that number skyrocketed to over 1,400,000 in fiscal year 2021, over 2,300,000 in fiscal year 2022, and over 2,400,000 in fiscal year 2023. Similarly, during fiscal year 2017 through 2020, an average of 130,000 persons who were not turned back were apprehended after making an illegal entry were observed along the border each fiscal year. During Alejandro N. Mayorkas's tenure in office, that number more than trebled to 400,000 in fiscal year 2021, 600,000 in fiscal year 2022, and 750,000 in fiscal year 2023. 2. American communities, both along the southwest border and across the United States, have been devastated by the dramatic growth in illegal entries, the number of aliens unlawfully present, and substantial rise in the number of aliens unlawfully granted parole, creating a fiscal and humanitarian crisis and dramatically degrading the quality of life of the residents of those communities. For instance, since 2022, more than 150,000 migrants have gone through New York City's shelter intake system. Indeed, the mayor of New York City has said that we are past our breaking point and that this issue will destroy New York City. In fiscal year 2023, New York City spent $1.45 billion addressing Alejandro N. Mayorkas's migrant crisis, and city officials fear it will spend another $12 billion over the following 3 fiscal years, causing painful budget cuts in important city services. 3. Alejandro N. Mayorkas's unlawful mass release of apprehended aliens and unlawful mass grant of categorical parole to aliens have enticed an increasing number of aliens to make the dangerous journey to our southwest border. Consequently, according to the United Nations International Organization for Migration, the number of migrants intending to illegally cross our border who have perished along the way, either en route to the United States or at the border, almost doubled during the tenure of Alejandro N. Mayorkas as Secretary of Homeland Security, from an average of about 700 a year during the fiscal years 2017 through 2020 to an average of about 1,300 a year during fiscal years 2021 through 2023. 4. Alien smuggling organizations have gained tremendous wealth during Alejandro N. Mayorkas's tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security, with their estimated revenues rising from about $500 billion in 2018 to approximately $13 billion in 2022. 5. During Alejandro N. Mayorkas's tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security, the immigration court backlog has more than doubled from about 1,300,000 cases to over 3 million cases. The exploding backlog is destroying the court's ability to administer justice and provide appropriate relief in a time frame that does not run into years or even decades. As Alejandro N. Mayorkas acknowledged, those who have a valid claim to asylum often wait years for a decision. Likewise, non-citizens who will ultimately be found ineligible for asylum or other protection, which occurs in the majority of cases, often have spent many years in the United States prior to being ordered removed. He noted that of aliens placed in expedited removal proceedings and found to have a credible fear of persecution, and thus referred to immigration judges for removal proceedings, significantly fewer than 20% were ultimately granted asylum, and only 28% of cases decided on their merits are grants of relief. Alejandro N. Mayorkas also admitted that the fact that migrants can wait in the United States for years before being issued a final order denying relief and that many such individuals are never actually removed, likely incentivizes migrants to make the journey north. 6. During Alejandro Mayorkas' tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security, approximately 450,000 unaccompanied alien children have been encountered at the southwest border, and the vast majority have been released into the United States. As a result, there has been a dramatic upsurge in migrant children being employed in dangerous and exploitive jobs in the United States. 7. Alejandro Mayorkas' failure to enforce the law, drawing millions of illegal aliens to the southwest border, has led to the reassignment of U.S. Border Patrol agents from protecting the border from illicit drug trafficking to processing illegal aliens for release. As a result, during Alejandro Mayorkas' tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security, the flow of fentanyl across the border and other dangerous drugs, both at and between ports of entry, has increased dramatically. U.S. Customs and Border Protection seized approximately 4,800 pounds of fentanyl in fiscal year 2020, approximately 11,200 pounds in fiscal year 2021, approximately 14,700 pounds in fiscal year 2022, and approximately 27,000 pounds in fiscal year 2023. Over 70,000 Americans died from fentanyl poisoning in 2022, and fentanyl is now the #1 killer of Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. 8. Alejandro Mayorkas has degraded public safety by leaving wide swaths of the border effectively unpatrolled as U.S. Border Patrol agents are diverted from guarding the border to processing unlawful release, the heightening waves of apprehended aliens, many who now seek out agents for the purpose of surrendering with the now reasonable expectation of being released and granted work authorization. And federal air marshals are diverted from protecting the flying public to assist in such processing. 9. During Alejandro Mayorkas' tenure as Secretary of Homeland Security, the U.S. Border Patrol has encountered an increasing number of aliens on the terrorist watch list. In fiscal year 2017 through 2020 combined, 11 non-citizens on the terrorist watch list were caught attempting to cross the southwest border between ports of entry. That number increased to 15 in fiscal year 2021, 98 in fiscal year 2022, 169 in fiscal year 2023, and 49 so far in fiscal year 2024. Additionally, in United States versus Texas 599 U.S. 670, 2023, the United States Supreme Court heard a case involving Alejandro Mayorkas' refusal to comply with certain federal immigration laws that are at issue in this impeachment. The Supreme Court held that states have no standing to seek judicial relief to compel Alejandro Mayorkas to comply with certain legal requirements contained in the Immigration and Nationality Act. However, the Supreme Court held that even though the federal courts lack Article III jurisdiction over this suit, other forums remain open for examining the executive branch's enforcement policies. For example, Congress possesses an array of tools to analyze and influence those policies, and those are political checks for the political process. One such critical tool for Congress to influence the executive branch to comply with the immigration laws of the United States is impeachment. The dissenting justice noted, the court holds Texas lacks standing to challenge a federal policy that inflicts substantial harm on the state and its residents by releasing illegal aliens with criminal convictions for serious crimes. In order to reach this conclusion, the court holds that the only limit on the power of a president to disobey a law, like the important provisions at issue, is Congress's power to employ the weapons of interbranch warfare. As the dissenting justice explained, Congress may wield what the Solicitor General described as political tools, which presumably means such things as impeachment and removal. Indeed, during oral argument, the justice who authored the majority opinion stated that the Solicitor General, I think your position is, instead of judicial review, Congress has to resort to shutting down the government or impeachment or dramatic steps. Here, in light of the inability of injured parties to seek judicial relief to remedy the refusal of Alejandro Mayorkas to comply with federal immigration laws, impeachment is Congress's only viable option. In all of this, Alejandro Mayorkas willfully and systemically refused to comply with the immigration laws, failed to control the border to the detriment of national security, compromised public safety, and violated the rule of law and separation of powers in the Constitution to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. Wherefore, Alejandro N. Mayorkas, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to the national and border security, the safety of the United States people, and the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with his duties and the rule of law. Alejandro N. Mayorkas thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. Article 2, breach of public trust. The Constitution provides that the House of Representatives shall have the sole power of impeachment, and that civil officers of the United States, including the Secretary of Homeland Security, shall be removed from office or impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. In his conduct while Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro N. Mayorkas, in violation of his oath to well and faithfully discharge the duties of his office, has breached the public trust, and that Alejandro N. Mayorkas has knowingly made false statements and knowingly obstructed lawful oversight of the Department of Homeland Security, herein thereafter referred to as DHS, principally to obfuscate the results of willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law. Alejandro N. Mayorkas engaged in this scheme or course of conduct through the following means. 1. Alejandro N. Mayorkas knowingly made false statements to Congress that the border is secure, that the border is no less secure than it was previously, that the border is closed, and that DHS has operational control of the border, as that term is defined in the Secure Fence Act of 2006. 2. Alejandro N. Mayorkas knowingly made false statements to Congress regarding the scope and adequacy of the vetting of the thousands of Afghans who were airlifted into the United States and then granted parole following the Taliban takeover of Afghanistan after President Biden's precipitous withdrawal of United States forces. 3. Alejandro N. Mayorkas knowingly made false statements that the apprehended aliens with no legal basis to remain in the United States were being quickly removed. 4. Alejandro N. Mayorkas knowingly made false statements supporting the false narrative that U.S. Border Patrol agents maliciously whipped illegal aliens. 5. Alejandro N. Mayorkas failed to comply with multiple subpoenas issued by congressional committees. 6. Alejandro N. Mayorkas delayed or denied access of DHS Office of Inspector General, hereinafter referred to as OIG, to DHS records and information hampering OIG's ability to effectively perform its vital investigations, audits, inspections, and other reviews of agency programs and operations to satisfy the OIG's obligations under Section 402B of Title V, United States Code, in part to Congress. Additionally, in his conduct while Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro N. Mayorkas has breached the public trust by his willful refusal to fulfill his statutory duty to control and guard the boundaries and borders of the United States against the illegal entry of aliens, as set forth in Section 103A5 of the Immigration and Nationality Act. Alejandro N. Mayorkas inherited what his first chief of the U.S. Border Patrol called arguably the most effective border security in our nation's history. Alejandro N. Mayorkas, however, proceeded to abandon effective border security initiatives without engaging in adequate alternative efforts that would enable DHS to maintain control of the border and guard against illegal entry. And despite clear evidence of the devastating consequences of his actions, he failed to take action to fulfill his statutory duty to control the border. According to his first chief of the U.S. Border Patrol, Alejandro N. Mayorkas similarly rejected the multiple options to reduce the illegal entries through the proven programs and consequences provided by civil servant staff at DHS. Despite clear evidence of the devastating consequences of his actions, he failed to take action to fulfill his statutory duty to control the border, and that, among other things, 1. Alejandro N. Mayorkas terminated the Migrant Protection Protocols, hereinafter referred to as MPP, in Texas versus Biden 20 F. 4th 928, 2021. The United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit explained that the district court pointed to evidence that the termination of MPP has contributed to the current border surge, citing DHS's own previous determinations that MPP had curbed the rate of illegal entries. The district court has also pointed out that the number of enforcement encounters, that is, instances where immigration officials encounter immigrants attempting to cross the southern border without documentation, have skyrocketed since MPP's termination. 2. Alejandro N. Mayorkas terminated contracts for border wall construction. 3. Alejandro N. Mayorkas terminated asylum cooperative agreements that would have equitably shared the burden of complying with international asylum accords. And all of this, Alejandro N. Mayorkas breached the public trust by knowingly making false statements to Congress and the American people and avoiding lawful oversight in order to obscure the devastating consequences of his willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law and carry out his statutory duties. He has also breached the public trust by willfully refusing to carry out his statutory duty to control the border and guard against illegal entry, notwithstanding the calamitous consequences of his abdication of that duty. Wherefore, Alejandro N. Mayorkas, by such conduct, has demonstrated that he will remain a threat to the national and border security, the safety of the American people, and to the Constitution if allowed to remain in office, and has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with his duties and the rule of law. Alejandro N. Mayorkas thus warrants impeachment and trial, removal from office, and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States.
Pursuant to House Resolution 996, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee of Homeland Security is adopted. The resolution shall be debatable for 2 hours, equally divided, and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee of Homeland Security or their respective designees. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, each will control 1 hour. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.Res. 863.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to present 2 articles of impeachment against Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Article 1 charges him with willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law. And Article 2 charges him with the breach of public trust. Since Secretary Mayorkas took office, we've all watched the unprecedented crisis at our borders unfold. We've seen the chaos. Under Secretary Mayorkas' watch, CBP has reported more than 8.5 million encounters at our borders, including more than 7 million apprehensions at the southwest border. Even more terrifying is the approximate 1.8 million known gotaways that Border Patrol agents detect but are unable to apprehend. Millions of those inadmissible aliens who are encountered are eventually released into our communities. This has never happened before in the history of the country, and it doesn't happen by accident. For nearly a year, the House Committee on Homeland Security conducted a thorough, fair, and comprehensive investigation into the causes, costs, and consequences of the border crisis. Our members saw firsthand numerous parts of the southwest border, spent time with law enforcement officers on the front lines, and spoke with real Americans about how the crisis is affecting them. We also conducted a field hearing and roundtable on the border that our Democrat colleagues refused to attend, burying their heads in the sand as if there wasn't a crisis. We published 7 total reports, totaling nearly 400 pages, to which Democrats never had a single substantive response. Instead, their only response was to simply shout MAGA louder and louder. And if that's a meaningful response to the millions of Americans suffering from, as if that's a meaningful response to the millions of Americans suffering from this crisis. We held many hearings at the subcommittee and full committee level, and we heard from a variety of witnesses, including former senior DHS enforcement officials, state attorneys general, and victims who've been impacted by Secretary Mayorkas' border crisis. Democrats consistently claimed these hearings were a waste of time. Tell that to the families of 150,000 Americans who died from fentanyl poisoning in 2021 and 22 alone. Throughout this investigation, our subsequent impeachment proceedings, we found that Secretary Mayorkas' willful and systemic refusal to comply with the law and his breach of public trust are responsible for this historic crisis. However, for almost a year, Democrats have turned a blind eye to the victims of the border crisis while berating us for spending what they believed was too much time investigating Secretary Mayorkas' lawless handling of our sovereign borders. Keep that in mind when you hear them claim now this impeachment is somehow rushed. The truth is this process has been painstakingly thorough. Unlike House Democrats, we take the use of impeachment extremely seriously. While I do not wish to be standing here presenting these articles today, we have exhausted all other options. Our oath to the Constitution now requires us to exercise this solemn duty. Secretary Mayorkas has explicitly refused to comply with the law. He has refused to obey the law. His refusal to obey the law has led to the death of our fellow citizens, and he no longer deserves to keep his job. What's unique here in the history of impeachments is that the Supreme Court just this summer denied the effective state's judicial review on many of these issues, but with the understanding that the result of doing so could mean the impeachment of a secretary. In oral argument, Justice Kavanaugh explained how he understood the position of the Biden administration if judicial review was denied, saying, and I quote, "I think your position is instead of judicial review, Congress has to resort to shutting down the government or impeachment or dramatic steps if some administration comes in and says we're not going to enforce laws, or at least not going to enforce the laws to the degree that Congress, by law, has said the laws should be enforced," end quote. In response, the Biden administration's Solicitor General agreed, saying, quote, "Well, I think that if those dramatic steps would be warranted, it would be in the face of a dramatic abdication of statutory responsibility by the executive," end quote. Today's articles of impeachment outline exactly that, a dramatic abdication of statutory responsibility by Secretary Mayorkas has occurred. Of the article's 20 pages, 6 are solely dedicated to the laws Secretary Mayorkas has violated, while 4 more document his lies to Congress and the American people, and the violation of his statutory duty to control and guard our borders. We identify numerous unambiguous provisions of the Immigration and Nationality Act he has refused to enforce, laws requiring him to detain inadmissible aliens and limit his ability to grant people parole. We also highlight how programs he has created, such as various mass parole programs, are void of congressional authority. Secretary Mayorkas is the very type of public official the framers feared, someone who would cast aside the laws passed by a co-equal branch of government and replace those with his own preferences, hurting his fellow Americans in the process. He has directed the release of millions of inadmissible aliens into the country in violation of the INA, which requires them to be detained. He has abused the statute limiting parole to be issued only on a case-by-case and temporary basis for very specific limited reasons, instead overseeing more than 1.5 million paroles. He has created new categorical parole programs in defiance of the statute to further his mass release agenda. And he has directed Immigration and Customs Enforcement personnel not to detain all manner of illegal aliens, including criminal aliens. In his September 2021 enforcement guidance, the Secretary even directed that unlawful presence in the country was no longer sufficient grounds for removal, and that criminal convictions alone were not enough to warrant ICE attention. This is not about policy differences. We certainly object to Secretary Mayorkas' policies, but this goes far deeper. According to the Democrat-led committees that investigated Iran-Contra, quote, "Government officials must observe the law, even when they disagree with it," end quote. Or when they think that, quote, "Congress is to blame for passing laws that run counter to administration policy," end quote. Again, we're here because our oath and our duty compel us to be here. The actions and decisions of Secretary Mayorkas have left us with no other option than to proceed with articles of impeachment. That is why we must remove him from office. The time for accountability is now. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to House Resolution 863 and the Republican sham impeachment of Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Madam Speaker, what is happening here today is a travesty. It's an affront to the United States Constitution. It will do nothing to solve challenges at our border, and it's a baseless attack on a dedicated public servant. Republican members of Congress sworn to support and defend the Constitution are rejecting the framers' intent and over 2 centuries of precedent in favor of a politically motivated sham impeachment. Republicans have failed to make a constitutional viable case against impeachment. Neither of the impeachment charges in H-Res 863 are a high crime and misdemeanor under Article 2 of the Constitution. Impeachment over mere policy disputes was deliberately rejected by the framers, and those disputes are best settled in our court system. In fact, the policy disputes identified in the articles of impeachment have already been addressed by the courts. The courts have either decided in the Biden administration's favor, or the disputes are still working their way through the system. Republicans are trying to relitigate court decisions through a sham impeachment, but the Constitution doesn't allow that. Constitutional experts testified before the Committee on Homeland Security that for a breach of public trust to rise to a high crime and misdemeanor, it would require conduct intended to serve an official's own benefit or the benefit of a foreign power. Secretary Mayorkas has done nothing of the sort. Republicans have misrepresented the law and Secretary Mayorkas' record to justify this sham impeachment. Secretary Mayorkas has served our country honorably over 30 years as a prosecutor and in leadership roles at the Department of Homeland Security. He's been a tireless advocate for the more than 260,000 DHS employees working to secure the homeland every day. He's leveraged all the authorities at his disposal while using every resource provided by Congress to secure the border. Under Secretary Mayorkas' leadership, DHS removed record levels of migrants from the U.S., detained even more people than Congress had provided funding for, and prevented record levels of fentanyl from entering our communities. If House Republicans were serious about improving conditions along the border, they would provide the department the funding necessary to do so. They have not. At every opportunity, Republicans have refused to provide resources to the Department of Homeland Security. If House Republicans were serious about improving conditions at the border, they would support the bipartisan Senate border bill. They have not. Republicans take their orders from Donald Trump, and he told them to reject the Senate bill. Republicans have been trying to kill the bill before they even knew what was in it. The Republican majority is running a do-nothing Congress. This sham impeachment effort isn't really about border security. It will do nothing to solve the border challenges we face. The truth is, the extreme mega Republicans running the House of Representatives don't want solutions. They want a political issue. House Republicans want to distort the Constitution and the Secretary's record to cover up their inability and unwillingness to work with Democrats to strengthen border security. It's about Republican politics and subversion of the Constitution. Bipartisan constitutional law and impeachment experts agree the Secretary has not committed an impeachable offense. Former Secretary of Homeland Security Michael Chertoff agrees, and even some of my Republican colleagues here in the House agree. The gentleman from California, Mr. McClintock, said in a memorandum to House Republican colleagues, and I quote, "Problem is that the impeachment articles fail to identify an impeachable crime," unquote. The gentleman from California is right. I suspect some of his Republican colleagues agree, even if they won't admit it. Secretary Mayorkas has faithfully implemented the administration's border policies consistent with the funding Congress has provided, just like every other Secretary of Homeland Security before him, Democrat or Republican. During consideration in the Homeland Security Committee last week, Republicans improperly shut down the markup and blocked Democrats from offering amendments to the resolution. Republicans couldn't bear to consider amendments to their poorly drafted articles of impeachment. They silenced Democrats who attempted to inject a dose of reality into the chaotic proceedings. Yesterday, before the Rules Committee, Republicans again failed to make their case, relying on partisan rhetoric and obvious misinformation before neither the law nor the facts are on their side. The truth is, Republicans' actions show they don't have faith in their own case against the Secretary. That's why they lack the courage of their convictions to see their markup to an end. This nonsense has to stop, and it should stop here. Republicans need to start doing their work Americans sent them here to do. Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to honor their oath to the Constitution, listen to the constitutional experts, listen to your own Republican colleagues who know H.Res. 863 is baseless. Drop this sham impeachment. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Georgia, Mrs. Green.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the chairman. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.Res. 863, impeaching Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Alejandro Mayorkas is guilty of aiding and abetting the complete invasion of our country by criminals, gang members, terrorists, murderers, rapists, and over 10 million people from over 160 countries into American communities all across the United States. His willful refusal to secure the border has bankrupted communities, closed down U.S. schools that our children attend, drowned hospitals, and incapacitated law enforcement while empowering criminal cartels and illegal aliens. My Democrat colleagues argue that one cannot be impeached over policy differences. Well, I argue that breaking our laws is more than just policy differences. 300 dead Americans every day from fentanyl poisoning is more than just a policy difference, it's murder. Today in my own office, narcotics law enforcement officers from Georgia told me that 7 out of 10 Oxycontins or Percocets sold on the street are laced with fentanyl, and that comes directly across the border from Mexico. Secretary Mayorkas has violated numerous provisions in the Immigration and Nationality Act, including unlawfully directing DHS to mass parole illegal aliens into the U.S. when federal law specifically prohibits this, and unlawfully implementing catch-and-release policies when federal law specifically mandates the detention and removal of inadmissible aliens. In fact, detention facilities under Mayorkas have been mostly vacant because of such unlawful policies. The largest detention facility in California, which can house almost 2,000 illegals, is currently housing only 6 illegal aliens. He has violated his oath of office and breached the public trust by willfully refusing to ensure the laws passed by Congress and signed into law by the President are faithfully executed as required by Article 2 of the Constitution. He has allowed over 10 million illegal border crossers to invade our country, approximately 2 million of whom are known gotaways. These are people who have completely evaded U.S. authorities and are roaming the interior of the American communities, assaulting, raping, and murdering Americans. And God help us if we have a terrorist attack on our land. His subversion of the law has resulted in the highest number of illegal alien encounters in a single day, in the highest number of illegal alien encounters in a single month, and the highest number of illegal alien encounters in a single year, surpassing every national record on each account.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I yield the lady an additional 15 seconds.
His willful refusal to enforce the law has resulted in the most egregious national security crisis in the history of our country. Democrats are in a quandary. Either they must own the policies of murder and crime of American citizens, or they can admit Secretary Mayorkas has broken federal laws and vote to impeach Secretary Mayorkas.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Though she sits on the Homeland Security Committee, Representative Margaret Taylor Greene has raised doubts about 9/11 to the false assertion that 9/11 was done by our own government. She said that's all true. She also thinks Jewish space lasers cause wildfires. She fundraises off defunding the FBI. She's a person whose advice Republicans are taking today on this impeachment. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff.
The gentleman is recognized.
Welcome, my colleagues, to another week of Impeachment Unlimited. Having no legislative accomplishments to show for their 14 months in power, Republicans are voting on yet another pointless resolution. Unable to provide any evidence against President Biden, they have now decided to impeach someone else instead. We have serious challenges at the border, no one denies that, but these are not serious people. By this standard put forward by this hapless majority, every single DHS secretary would have been impeached. This is a policy and political dispute, not a high crime or misdemeanor. When an administration official tries to extort a foreign leader into helping them cheat in an election or leads an insurrection against our government, then impeach them. But until then, stop wasting everyone's time. I've known Ali Mayorkas since we were prosecutors together. He is a person of great integrity and devotion to this country. This impeachment is baseless, it is unconstitutional, and it should be defeated. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves.
Yes.
Gentleman from Tennessee recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Secretary Mayorkas took an oath to protect our nation from all enemies, foreign and domestic. He has violated that oath and the public trust. Today, I intend to personally uphold the oath of office that I swore to my country. In my 25 years of dealing with the border as a federal prosecutor and the former chairman of this committee, I've never seen it this broken. That's because of one man's actions, his refusal to enforce the law, his rescission of successful policies like Remain in Mexico, his breach of public trust, his dereliction of duty has led to 8 million encounters, 300 on the terror watch list, 2.3 million aliens released into the interior, enough to fill 13 states. 200,000 young Americans have died due to fentanyl poisoning. These numbers are clear. Secretary Mayorkas is the architect of destruction, and the legal justification for his impeachment is strong. In the Supreme Court decision, the United States versus the state of Texas, the court examined a statute that mandated, quote, the government shall take into custody any alien that has committed an aggravated felon. It's not discretionary, it's mandatory. By failing to uphold this law, he has released dangerous and violent criminals into our communities and has put every American life at risk. Supreme Court Justice Story in 1833 said, quote, where a Lord Admiral has neglected to safeguard the seas, that shall be deemed an impeachable offense. That's exactly the case we have here. Secretary Mayorkas, charged with defense of air, land, and sea, has failed to defend our borders. The founders clearly believed impeachable offenses included neglect of duty, violation of public trust, injury to society. When asked before the Supreme Court if impeachment is a proper remedy, President Biden's own Solicitor General said, quote, in the face of a dramatic abdication of statutory responsibility by the executive branch, such steps would be warranted, end of quote. Secretary Mayorkas is guilty of those impeachable offenses. He is destroying the fabric of this nation, and Americans agree. So today I will proudly stand up for our nation by voting to remove him from office, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, Secretary Mayorkas has invested significantly in stopping dangerous drugs like fentanyl entering the country and launched several efforts targeting smugglers, gangs, and cartels. Under Secretary Mayorkas' leadership, we have more personnel, technology, infrastructure, and resources on our borders than ever. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Titus.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you very much. You know, considering this impeachment resolution is the fastest I've seen the House GOP move all session. That's because there's been no collection of evidence, only the manipulation of it. There's been no meaningful bipartisan engagement, only partisan political stunts. And there's been no due process. Instead, it's a deliberate disregard for the basis of our legal system. It has no constitutional precedent or basis, no real backing by Senate GOP counterparts who are going to hold the trial, no meaningful engagement with policy, and no support from respected legal scholars, political pundits, nor former DHS directors. History will remember this for what it is, an appeasement of the most extreme members of the MAGA base, and put very simply, the brown-nosing of a man with 91 indictments, several convictions, and 2 impeachments. And I yield back.
Reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Burkeen.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this impeachment resolution. As Chairman Green of the Homeland Security Committee has reminded our committee often in recent weeks, James Madison, the father of our Constitution, once said, "If an unworthy man be continued in office by an unworthy president, the House of Representatives can at any time impeach him, and the Senate can remove him whether the president chooses or not." End of quote. This impeachment is not about policy difference, though we have them. It is absolutely because Secretary Mayorkas refuses to enforce the laws that are part of our nation's fabric. The rule of law matters. Nobody is above it, including Secretary Mayorkas. Contrary to what he and the president publicly claim, no new laws are needed to stop this crisis. They have created it. Section 212 of the Immigration and Nationality Act already grants them the authority to holler halt. We know that Mayorkas is aware of this provision. On day 5 of the Biden administration, the president suspended entry by those coming from UK, Ireland, Brazil, and South Africa. Secretary Mayorkas has left us with no other option other than impeachment because he refuses to enforce the law. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, Republicans say this impeachment is not about policy disagreements, but every argument they make is about policies. Secretary Mayorkas has taken action to secure the border, but he's used different, more humane policies that are not practical, impeachable. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, our Democratic whip, Ms. Clark.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the gentleman for yielding. We all agree something needs to be done to fix our broken immigration system. But when it comes to doing the work, finding the solutions, House Democrats have come to the table. President Biden has come to the table. The Senate has come to the table. But then there's the House GOP. As the MAGA extremists hold up our national security priorities, our commitment to our allies and to our own readiness, supposedly to strike a deal on immigration. The president says, let's get it done. And then he did. Instead of pursuing a bipartisan compromise, instead of strengthening the security of our border, advancing humane solutions, and doing their jobs, they're now impeaching the Secretary of Homeland Security without a single allegation of any impeachable crime? Not one. Impeaching a cabinet member without any evidence of high crimes or misdemeanors, that is the breach of public trust here. So the plan is to impeach the secretary, and then what? Will the majority invest in Border Patrol? No, their dream budget fires 2,000 Border Patrol agents. Just yesterday, Speaker Johnson ridiculed the men and women of Border Patrol for supporting the Senate bill, saying it's probably because it would give them a fair wage. This majority's contempt for working people, even those whose mission is to carry out border security, has no bounds. This extreme MAGA majority has repeatedly rejected funding for technology that is needed to stop the flow of fentanyl. But here we are. The extreme MAGA majority, what are they going to do about the border? Only this sham impeachment. And they've told us what the future holds. As one member across the aisle put it, they oppose action on immigration because it would boost Biden against Trump. That's all they care about. That's what this sham is about. Choosing extremism over country, stunts over solutions, and politics over people. That is a breach of trust we all must reject. I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Lee.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the resolution to impeach Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. We are here today to address one of the most serious responsibilities that we can undertake as Congress, the impeachment of Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. The Committee on Homeland Security has worked diligently to investigate and to consider the causes and the consequences of the catastrophe at our southern border. And it has concluded that it is necessary and appropriate to pursue this impeachment. Since President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas took office, there have been over 8.3 illegal crossings nationwide. We have seen the devastating effects of human trafficking, of fentanyl trafficking, and what happens when we cede operational control of our southern border to the Mexican drug cartel. Secretary Mayorkas has refused to enforce the duly enacted laws passed by this Congress. By doing so, he has endangered our homeland, a direct violation of his oath of office. Even in the face of irrefutable evidence to the contrary, he has given false testimony to Congress, claiming that the border is secure. And he has defied court orders ordering the Secretary to abandon the illegal programs and policies that it has implemented which incentivize illegal immigration. House Republicans know that border security is national security, and the crisis at our border is a critical threat to national security and the safety of the American people. Secretary Mayorkas has willfully and deliberately refused to uphold the laws of the United States. He has violated his oath of office, and he has breached the public trust. Congress has a constitutional duty to secure our border and to ensure our communities are safe. We cannot allow an executive branch agency head to defy the lawful authority of Congress and of the courts in pursuit of policies that are contrary to law and endangering Americans. And that is why Secretary Mayorkas must be impeached. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, the border is not open. In fact, under Secretary Mayorkas' leadership, this administration has removed, returned, or expelled more migrants in 3 years than the Trump administration did in 4 years. With that, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, the ranking member on our border subcommittee.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
And thank you, Madam Speaker. We have something in common with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. This country, Main Street, every one of our districts has a challenge with fentanyl. We've all witnessed the deaths in our communities, good young men and women, from fentanyl, from this scourge. But Secretary Mayorkas is doing his job. I want you to look at this graph. The seizures at the border of fentanyl, 2019, 2,800 pounds. 2023, 27,000 pounds of fentanyl seized. Ladies and gentlemen, I just got back again from visiting the border. I went to San Isidro, and again I asked the men and women in uniform, again I asked them, what do you need from us to double these numbers? Simple answer. We want more resources. We want more personnel, more drug-sniffing dogs. We want more equipment. Some of those agents were struggling. They were working double shifts. Women, moms, men, fathers saying, we don't have time for our families. We're going to have to find another job. And right now, we have a solution. We have legislation that the Senate has worked on with Senate Republicans, Senate Democrats, and the President supporting a solution that will bring resources to the border. And the majority party here refuses to bring that legislation forward for a vote. Who's derelict on their duty? We must step up and make sure that we protect Main Street and we help Secretary Mayorkas do his job and double these numbers. Thank you. I yield.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Strong.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Today is about delivering accountability on behalf of the local and state leaders unable to bear the weight of thousands of illegal immigrants flooding their communities, hospitals, and schools. On behalf of the thousands of families who have lost loved ones at the hands of illegal immigrants. On behalf of hundreds of Border Patrol agents stripped of their tools to do their job. The situation at the border cannot continue. I've seen it firsthand during my trips to the southern border. Mayorkas' refusal to enforce the laws of our nation has encouraged millions of illegal aliens from 160 different countries to cross the border. Over 85% of them are being released into the United States. This is in clear violation of federal immigration law. Failure to act is not an option. The year-long investigation held by the committee confirmed what every American already knew to be true. The actions that we will take today against Secretary Mayorkas are warranted and utterly urgent. Our country is under attack, and the Secretary of Homeland Security is working against America. I urge my colleagues to act on this critical time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, if my Republican colleagues were serious about the border, they drop this baseless impeachment and bring up the Senate bipartisan border agreement for debate. But they aren't serious about reform. Speaker Johnson made it clear the bill was dead on arrival before he saw the text of the bill. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Ranking Member. On our first Homeland Security Committee hearing, Professor Bowman, an expert in impeachments, made it clear that policy differences are not a legitimate basis for impeachment. There is no legitimate basis for impeachment, yet here we are. Why? Republicans believe persecution is a substitute for policymaking. I guess when you can't legislate, you punish, right? Persecution has become their go-to strategy to score political points. We've seen that on Congressperson Omar, Schiff, Tlaib, even their own Speaker McCarthy, government employees, immigrants, and now Secretary Mayorkas. While great for political theater, persecution and punishment does not solve problems. Policy does. But Republicans are not interested in policy. They shut us down from presenting policy. They even killed a supplemental they had negotiated for months. They're just desperately deflecting attention from their failure to govern to secure their own empty re-elections. If we're serious, we'd be debating policies to address a humanitarian crisis, the root cause of migration, and fentanyl. Clearly, we're not.
Yield an additional 15 seconds to the lady.
Clearly, we are not serious about solutions, just chaos.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, many have said what the issue is. Many have mischaracterized it, in my judgment. The issue presented by the articles of impeachment and why they should be adopted by the House is not a matter of policy. It is not a matter of maladministration. It is not a matter of incompetence. It is not a matter of neglect. It is not even a matter of refusal to enforce the law. It was stated succinctly and aptly in the district court opinion that ultimately led to the United States Supreme Court last summer in Texas, in United States versus Texas. The core of the dispute is whether the executive branch may require its officials to act in a manner that conflicts with a statutory mandate imposed by Congress. It may not. You see, the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, issued guidelines, administrative law, instructing the Department of Homeland Security not to detain criminal aliens, nor those ordered finally removed. That is what he did, and that was flatly contradictory to statutes passed by the Congress in the mid-1990s. We are a nation of laws. The court has said, the Supreme Court has said, it cannot referee this dispute. It is up to Congress. And the Congress has but one means in this situation to vindicate the law. It cannot help the situation by shutting down the government, by cutting off funding. There is no new cabinet secretary to refuse to confirm in the Senate. There is but one means: the impeachment of the secretary who purported to issue law defying the Congress. That must result in his impeachment. If the law is to have any force, if the Congress is to remain of any significance in the jurisprudence, in the law of the United States.
15 more seconds. Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, Republicans highlight the Secretary's enforcement guidelines as an example of breaking the law. They fail to mention that the conservative Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals said, quote, "The guidance does not necessarily violate a single word of the statute." The Sixth Circuit also found that the provisions of immigration law that Republicans frequently cite does not, quote, "create a judicially enforceable mandate that the department arrest or remove certain non-citizens." I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Ivey.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank my colleague for yielding. The power to impeach is one of the greatest constitutional powers granted to the House of Representatives. This awesome responsibility should be reserved for high crimes and misdemeanors. But House Republicans have decided to abuse that responsibility for a cheap political stunt. House Republicans have not even alleged an impeachable offense. Policy disagreements are not impeachable. Even if you strongly believe border security should be improved, that does not provide grounds to remove a cabinet official. That is why former Republican Secretary Michael Chertoff said Mayorkas hasn't committed an impeachable offense. Even law professor Jonathan Turley has said Secretary Mayorkas' alleged actions are not impeachable and fail to, quote, "amount to high crimes and misdemeanors warranting his impeachment." Republicans offered no constitutional scholars as witnesses during their 2 impeachment hearings, but rather relied on Republican states' attorney general's testimony, one of which didn't even mention the word impeachment in his prepared testimony.
I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
I thank my colleague. This unconstitutional impeachment process has been predetermined and unjust since it began. It will lower the constitutional bar for future impeachments, and it will not make our border more secure. Therefore, I urge my colleagues to vote no. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution, often known as the Invasion Clause, says that this government will protect every state from invasion. That is something that clearly this secretary is in complete dereliction of duty of. And I know that he swore an oath to protect and defend that Constitution. Now, I'm not sure how many Americans have to die. I'm not sure how many Americans have to die of fentanyl, MS-13 gang members, having their kids raped and murdered. We had one in Homeland Security just a couple weeks ago begging us to do something about this absolutely atrocious leadership from the secretary. But it is high time that this individual be held accountable for his complete dereliction of duty at our southern border. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution. And the last thing I want to say is, I think it tells you everything you need to know when my colleagues say it doesn't matter if you impeach Secretary Mayorkas. We're just going to have somebody come in.
Gentleman's time is expired.
Will you give me another
15 seconds?
We're just going to have somebody come in and do the same exact job. Thank you for saying the quiet part out loud. Yes, your policies are so bad that no matter who you put in there, it will cause the same amount of damage to the American people. The people of this country are watching. Let's get this done.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves, and the members are reminded to direct their comments to the chair. And the gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. 90% of fentanyl seized is interdicted at ports of entry, mostly in passenger vehicles driven by U.S. citizens and lawful residents, not migrants. If we invest in our ports of entry instead of pursuing this sham impeachment, we can scan more of these vehicles. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Smoke and mirrors has never been the foundation of the Constitution. And that is all we have today to misrepresent to the American people that we're doing serious work. It comes to mind as to whether or not Secretary Mayorkas is being charged with articles of impeachment because he's a Cuban immigrant who came to the United States with his family as political refugees, that he spent time fleeing the Nazis, and that he came here to do his very best for the American people. And yet, we attempt to charge him with willful violation of the law. Operational control of the border means 0 persons coming across. This has not been the case as relates to any secretary, no matter what administration. And yet we failed in this process of false smoke and mirrors to allow the secretary to be able to articulate, or we articulate, any charge that might constitute high crimes and misdemeanors. We failed to provide evidence to support the charges, such as they are. We failed to name the proper target.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Late an additional 30 seconds.
I thank the gentleman. We failed to name the proper target for impeachment in a policy dispute. We failed to process anything against Secretary Mayorkas. And we could not in any way bring to suggest that he violated the law or that he benefited from any aspect of his work. This secretary has been denied due process. This is smoke and mirrors. The Constitution, the foundation of this land, is truth. There has been no high crimes and misdemeanor or bribery. This is an impeachment that should be immediately dismissed. I ask my colleagues to vote no on the articles of impeachment. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves, and the gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
2 minutes. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a sad day. It's a sad day that we have to be here, but the framers of our Constitution forecasted that this could occur. And while we're going to hear that this is a policy difference, that this is maladministration, this is the systemic refusal to follow the law, to enforce the law. It's the egregious breach of public trust. And there are no other avenues here. There must be a consequence, there must be accountability, and that's why we are moving to impeach Alejandro Mayorkas for endangering our country. You know, anyone with common sense can see that what is being allowed to happen at our border is not only a catastrophe, but it's a national security crisis. 9 million illegal aliens have entered our country since President Biden has been in office. 300 people have matched the terror watch list. It took less than 20 people to orchestrate the attacks on 9/11, which sent me into 20 years of service to this country to protect us overseas. And yet we're letting the Trojan horse into our country that threatens us. And we have a secretary who refuses to enforce the laws on the books. It is Congress's duty to ensure that the Department of Homeland Security is led by individuals committed to upholding the rule of law, protecting our borders. And the failure to secure the border has been so severe that we have to provide accountability. Not only is this a systemic refusal to follow the law, but it's also the systemic deconstruction of the rule of law that eventually will eat away at this country. I'm so concerned, our country should be concerned, and I urge everyone in this House to do something that actually gets accountability, to impeach Alejandro Mayorkas, and to get our country secure once again. I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I inquire how much time remains on each side.
The gentleman from Tennessee has 37 1/4 minutes.
And how much?
Gentleman from Mississippi has 39 3/4 minutes.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, daily removals are nearly double what they were compared to pre-pandemic averages. The vast majority of individuals encountered at the southwest border throughout this administration have been removed, returned, or expelled. Secretary Mayorkas is enforcing the law. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Dr. Ruiz.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you. I rise to call out the hypocrisy and extreme political stunts Republicans are displaying with this baseless and unconstitutional impeachment against the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas. Instead of seeking bipartisan solutions, they voted to cut border security funding. Let me repeat, cut border security funding, and are now bringing an impeachment that lacks basis in law just to pull another one of their political stunts. Secretary Mayorkas has dedicated his career to public service and our country. During his time in the department, he led the development and implementation of DACA and led the department's successful response to Ebola and Zika outbreaks. He's worked tirelessly on combating human trafficking and developed an emergency relief program for orphaned youth following the tragic January 2010 earthquake in Haiti. Secretary Mayorkas has done the work he was tasked to do by the president and more. Stop wasting time on yet another extreme political farce. Start working with Democrats for a bipartisan, real solution. Thank you.
Gentleman, time's expired. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to urge support of H.Res. 863, the Articles of Impeachment against Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. It is clear that Secretary Mayorkas has willfully and systematically refused to comply with U.S. immigration law. An average of 5,000 illegal immigrants are being released into the United States each day, which is a flagrant abuse of immigration laws passed by Congress governing the parole, detention, and removal of illegal immigrants. For 3 years, Secretary Mayorkas has refused to enforce the laws passed by Congress, abused his authority as a cabinet secretary, and misled Congress and the American people about the crisis and the role his actions and decisions have played in sparking and facilitating it. As a result, we see record amounts of deadly fentanyl flowing into our communities, rising crime across our country, and a massive strain on our locality, schools, and community services. Since Secretary Mayorkas' tenure, over 300 individuals on the terrorist watch list have been apprehended by Border Patrol agents trying to illegally enter the United States at the southern border between ports of entry.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Cartels in Mexico.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
15 seconds.
Thank you. And cartels in Mexico are empowered to expand lucrative human trafficking and smuggling operations across the porous southern border. The actions of Secretary Mayorkas have led to a complete humanitarian and national security catastrophe. Congress must hold the executive branch accountable when they fail to uphold the oath of office, and I urge my colleagues to join me in voting in favor of HRES 863.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, Republicans ignore the fact that no administration has ever had the resources to detain all border crossers. President Trump released over 500,000 people without ever detaining any of them. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, the ranking member on Judiciary, Mr. Nadler.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the sham impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas. This resolution is filled with false and misleading statements that amount to nothing more than policy disagreements. Even if it were based in truth, however, policy disagreements are not a legitimate basis for impeachment. Impeaching a cabinet secretary is serious. Unfortunately, House Republicans are not. This sham impeachment ran roughshod over due process and completely bypassed the Judiciary Committee, the committee of jurisdiction for impeachment. This is not a serious effort, nor is it a serious resolution. Republicans allege that Secretary Mayorkas should be impeached simply because he failed to meet the impossible standards set out in our laws, standards that no administration, not even President Trump's, has ever come close to meeting. For example, they allege that Secretary Mayorkas has failed to detain everyone that the law requires to be held in mandatory detention. But to do so would require Congress to appropriate over $35 billion a year, a number 10 times higher than President Trump ever requested for detention. That's why the Trump administration released over 500,000 people at the U.S.-Mexico border and released 1.1 million people from immigration detention into the United States. But did we hear calls from the Republicans to impeach Secretaries Kelly, Duke, or Nielsen? Of course not. The resolution also takes aim at the Secretary's use of his parole authority. But Republicans never complained when President Trump used his parole authority for tens of thousands of Cubans and military families. So what's different now? Could it be that it's an election year and Republicans have no record of accomplishments to run on? With no ideas, no agenda, no ability to govern, they are cheapening the serious and awesome power of impeachment to score a few cheap political points. That is shameful. Our immigration system has been broken for decades. Impeaching a cabinet secretary because you do not like their policies will not repair it. Only bipartisan reform can do that. I encourage my colleagues to vote no on this resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise to support the impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas. His actions support law-breaking and lawlessness and have inflicted a horrific toll on our country. The kind of damage he's done to our cities and our families is something you'd expect from a hostile foreign adversary looking to destabilize and destroy America. Our cities are overrun, forcing vital services to be cut off or reduced, shutting down our schools to house illegal migrants, turning community centers into refugee camps, all while ignoring the needs of our own citizens. There are more than 110,000 dead Americans from fentanyl that is being smuggled by Mexican cartels. We see criminal illegal immigrants committing murder, rape, and beating our police in broad daylight. This is far more than a policy difference. This is the death and destruction of our country and our people. And I will not stand by and just politely ask the Biden administration to please stop the chaos and devastation. In a functioning government, people need to be held accountable when they have deliberately inflicted harm on our nation, and that is exactly what we are doing today. I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, if my Republican colleagues were worried about the impacts of migration on our local communities, they should support DHS's Shelter and Services program. This is the only federal program that can provide direct assistance to cities and organizations responding to arriving migrants. Instead, they are trying to gut this program and impeach Secretary Mayorkas, which would accomplish nothing. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
This is not about Secretary Mayorkas. This is straight up sabotage.
MAGA Republicans have never accepted President Biden as the president from the day they led an insurrection into this chamber to this day where they're trying to sabotage solutions at the border. Any shortcomings with Mayorkas are your fault. You won't give him the authorities that he needs to carry out more security at the border. And all we've heard for years is noun, verb, border. So you get your border deal, led by the second most conservative in the Senate, and you're walking away from it. You're walking away from it because Trump says you can't have it. And this place, with you all in charge, is looking less and less like the House chamber and more like Trump's echo chamber. What we need right now are solutions, not chaos. And with you all in charge, you're a party of followers. And with President Biden's leadership, Democrats continue to show we're a party of leaders. And I yield back.
I want to remind members that they are to address their remarks to the chair. The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval of proceedings is in violation of the House rules. The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it interesting that how many Democrats or open border caucus members, or I apologize for my redundancy there, are willing to house migrants in their own homes, Madam Speaker? None. Zero. Nada. They seem to all be for providing sanctuary, provided they don't have to provide it. Alejandro Mayorkas, under oath, testified before Congress and claimed the border is no less secure than it was previously. Does anyone in this chamber actually believe that? Does anyone in this country believe that? So let's compare the first 3 years of President Trump and Biden's tenures. President Trump, first 3 years, 1.6 million illegal crossings. Joe Biden, 8.3 million, a 519% increase. Terror watch list suspects apprehended. Under President Trump, 8 in 3 years. Joe Biden, 361, a 4,512% increase. Chinese nationals, mostly of military age, the military-age men, entering illegally. Last year under President Trump was 450. Under Joe Biden, over 24,000, a 5,333% increase. No less secure. That the new math? Opioid deaths have doubled. The Mexican drug cartels are enjoying record profits. Alejandro Mayorkas fostered this mayhem, and he facilitated a cataclysmic chaos. He's inept, he's weak, he's impotent. He's violated federal law, he's purged himself in front of Congress, he's lied to the American people, and he's undermined his own Border Patrol agents. Mayorkas has shown the world who he is. He is a sheep in sheep's clothing. And the cartel wolves and our enemies across the world are circling. This impeachment is richly deserved, and we must fire this bum, this second coming of Benedict Arnold, forthwith. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let's look at the facts. Since May 12, 2023, when Title 42 ended, DHS has removed more than 500,000 individuals. That's more people than when Donald Trump removed in any given year. The border is not open. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, the ranking member of the Oversight Committee.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Mr. Chairman, we're here because the madcap wild goose chase to impeach Joe Biden has produced no wild geese. Even Fox News is lampooning the fact that their own expert witnesses repeatedly say President Biden did nothing wrong and there are no grounds for impeachment. More than a dozen GOP members in Biden majority districts don't want to go anywhere near that fantasy production. So the Trump-Putin mega faction, headed up by the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, has been given this worthless trinket of a consolation prize, the opportunity to bring a slapstick impeachment drive against a cabinet member of unimpeachable integrity who has obviously committed no treason, no bribery, no high crimes, no misdemeanors, nothing indictable or even indictable, if you prefer. What makes this farce a tragedy is that Secretary Mayorkas and the U.S. Senate have been working for months to achieve precisely the immigration and border compromise the GOP has been demanding. And miraculously, they got to a bipartisan immigration agreement for billions of dollars more in Border Patrol officers, immigration judges, fentanyl detection machines, a far tougher border. It was good enough for Senator Mitch McConnell and dozens of GOP senators, and it was good enough for the Wall Street Journal, but the House MAGAs would not take yes for an answer. Why? Because Donald Trump doesn't want a border solution. He wants a border problem, nothing else to run on. And Vladimir Putin certainly doesn't want $60 billion going to the heroic people of Ukraine, defying his filthy imperialist invasion. All over the world, democracy and freedom are under siege today, and all our colleagues can think to do is to sell out our Democratic allies and sell out the cause of human rights, and then impeach a cabinet secretary working diligently to solve the immigration problem that they claim to care about. I yield back.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, Secretary Mayorkas swore an oath to defend the U.S. Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic. Unfortunately, it seems as though he hasn't defended it from a single one. Since President Biden took office, there have been more than 7 million illegal encounters at our southern border and more than 1.7 million known gotaways. Not once has Secretary Mayorkas issued a statement, signed a policy, or taken an action to discourage this from happening. In fact, he has doubled down and encouraged the invasion by endorsing catch and release policies, ending Title 42, and stopping Remain in Mexico. This subversion of our Constitution, willful disregard of our country's laws, and unfettered dedication to exacerbating this self-inflicted crisis have left the House with no other option than to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. Madam Speaker, I urge the House to join me in voting to impeach Secretary Mayorkas and urge the Senate to remove him from his position. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I remind my colleagues that they voted to terminate the COVID-19 national emergency and thus voted to end Title 42. In addition, DHS has no role in ending this policy. I now yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner.
The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. You know, the American people want us to be working together to solve our challenges at the border. We could be working together to vote on President Biden's proposal for $14 billion of funding that would add over 1,000 Border Patrol officers. We could be working with the Senate on real immigration reform that Republicans claimed they wanted until Donald Trump told them that they didn't. But instead, we are wasting time and energy on an impeachment with no legal basis just because it's what Donald Trump wants. Here are the facts. The facts are this. Congress has allocated funding for 34,000 beds at detention centers. The average daily census last year was 37,000. The centers are full. And so the Secretary, under the law, uses his legal discretion to decide who to detain and who to release, the same legal discretion that all of his predecessors have used. In the last 2 years of the Trump administration, 52% of migrants were released, nearly 1 million people. And I did not hear my House Republican colleagues calling to impeach that Homeland Security Secretary. No, this is about one thing, politics. There are no high crimes, no misdemeanors, no treason, no bribery. And I would remind my colleagues, our oath is to the Constitution, not to Donald Trump. And I yield back.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Betts.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Chair Green. It's been said that Secretary Mayorkas is dishonest, duplicitous, and derelict in his duties, and I agree. However, he has also willfully refused to comply with and enforce our nation's immigration laws and explicitly instructed his employees to not enforce these laws. Additionally, the Secretary has willfully obstructed inquiries of my Judiciary Committee regarding entry of illegal aliens into our country. The constitutional standard for impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas has been satisfied. I want to commend Chair Mark Green for his excellent work in managing this important constitutional matter and in following regular order. While doing so, I yield back.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Madam Speaker, despite the Republicans want us to believe, the courts at the highest level have not found that Secretary Mayorkas is violating the law, and courts are where we go to determine whether a cabinet secretary is following the law Congress wrote, not a partisan impeachment. I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I rise today in strong opposition to the GOP's political stunt of the day, impeaching Secretary of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas. The real problem here is congressional inaction on immigration reform. My community of El Paso, Texas, on the U.S.-Mexico border, has been on the front lines of this issue and living with the consequences of congressional failure to act. Our federal personnel, local governments, and shelters are all overwhelmed. And Republicans continue to withhold vital funding that would help address this issue. As a border legislator, I've never met a more committed, accessible cabinet member than Secretary Mayorkas. He is a great public servant doing everything he can with the limited resources Congress has given to him. I invite my Republican colleagues who want to solve this, who really want to solve this, to join the bipartisan coalition supporting the Dignity Act. Stop playing games and do your job. I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Guest.
The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to express my support for impeaching Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for reasons outlined in both articles of impeachment, but specifically for Article 2, breach of public trust. Secretary Mayorkas has repeatedly testified falsely, misleading Congress and the American people. He's done so by saying that the southwest border is secure and that his department has operational control of the border. Secretary Mayorkas, in his previous appearances before the Committee on Homeland Security, has told me personally on multiple times, testifying while under oath, that the border is secure. And I know that time and time again, Secretary Mayorkas has appeared before Congress, both the United States House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate, and has repeated the security of our southwest border. These declarations, Madam Speaker, are patently untrue, and they contradict statements made by both his former Border Patrol Chief, Raul Ortiz, and by the President himself. President Biden, who just recently said and admitted that the border was not secure. And he went on to say that the border has not been secured for almost a decade. Madam Speaker, Secretary Mayorkas' dealings with Congress, they indicate a lack of transparency and an attempt to mislead the public on the true conditions that exist at the border. And we as Congress, we must now hold Secretary Mayorkas accountable. This is a grave day in our history, a grave day for this nation, and not one that we take lightly. However, in light of all the facts, I urge my colleagues to join me in voting to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, my Republican colleagues won't admit that this impeachment is a sham, but their favorite conservative legal experts will. President Trump's impeachment attorney, Alan Dershowitz, accused Republicans of, quote, distorting the Constitution, unquote. And Republicans' favorite legal witness, Jonathan Turley, said that there is, quote, no evidence that Secretary Mayorkas is corrupt or committed an impeachable offense, unquote. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to oppose the partisan sham impeachment proceedings against a dedicated and honorable public servant, Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Secretary Mayorkas has done his job while operating within a broken immigration system that this Congress has refused to fix. Instead of working with House Democrats and the Biden administration on serious solutions, House Republicans are focused on one thing: appeasing former President Donald Trump. This impeachment is an unconstitutional abuse of power. It is clear that policy differences are not grounds for impeachment. Even worse than the partisan nature of these proceedings are the alleged facts that they are based on. To build their case, House Republicans work with and cite reports from groups such as the Center for Immigration Studies, a Southern Poverty Law Center designated hate group. When I attempted to introduce an amendment to point this out, it was rejected by House Republicans twice in committee, once in Homeland and once in Rules. All because Republicans don't want Americans to know the baseless and completely unprecedented nature of this
gentleman's time has expired.
Additional 30 seconds.
That anti-migrant hate groups form the foundation of the case that we are listening to today. I stand with my Democratic colleagues against this partisan impeachment, and I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote no. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Mississippi reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. You know, James Iredale, one of the founders from North Carolina, talking about this impeachment clause, said the power of impeachment is given by this Constitution to bring great offenders to punishment. It's calculated to bring them to punishment for crime which is not easy to describe, but which everyone must be convinced is a high crime and misdemeanor against government. For instance, corruption. Let's do here. Its exercise, the impeachment, will arise from acts of great injury to the community, and the objects of it may be such as cannot be easily reached by an ordinary tribunal. That's why you have impeachment. And that's necessary here because what you have is a secretary who came into judiciary. He's given the language from the Safe and Secure Fence Act of 2006 and said, is the border under operational control? He says, well, no, we've redefined it ourselves. We're comfortable with the new definition that we've made. That's a violation of the separation of powers. This is the same secretary who tells his ICE agents, you know what, you
time
cannot.
has expired.
Additional 30 seconds.
He tells his ICE agents, you cannot remove 1 million, 1.2 million people who have actually had due process through the courts and have active removal orders. He's the same one who says we don't have to adhere to Title VIII. That has resulted in great injury to our communities. And that is why he must be impeached, because he falls in the definitions that one of the founders, James Iredale, said. And he's right on the money, and I urge everyone to support this movement to impeach.
The gentleman's time expired. The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, the definition of operational control in the Secure Fence Act of 2006 has never been achieved under any administration, including the Trump administration. This is not grounds for impeachment. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, Republicans are engaging in yet another impeachment scam. We're here today because the majority wants to attack President Biden and Secretary Mayorkas, all to elect Donald Trump. The insane leader of their party claims that immigrants like me, and I quote, pollute the blood of this country. Donald Trump's rhetoric is just like Hitler's. And he wants chaos. He thinks the border crisis helps him, so he wants it to continue. And in fact, Border Patrol apprehensions more than tripled in the last 8 months of the Trump presidency. But let's remember the Donald Trump and MAGA vision for border security. These are actually some of their ideas. Donald Trump wants to build alligator moats. He's proposed bombing Mexico. He's actually said we should shoot migrants in the legs and maybe even electrify the fence. These are cruel and ridiculous ideas, that they are proposals of Donald Trump and the MAGA right. This extreme political stunt should fail, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. A gentleman from Mississippi Reserve. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank my colleague, the chairman of the Homeland Security Committee, and I respect my colleagues across the aisle who have voiced their opposition. It's important that we clarify the legacy that some of us would condemn by impeaching the secretary responsible for this legacy, and by contrast, the legacy that my colleagues who oppose the impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas would support. 300,000 Americans dead from cartel drugs. 100,000 teenage girls and boys missing, lost by the Mayorkas system into the unspeakable horror of sex slavery networks across the filthiest corners of criminal organizations in our cities. American sovereignty disintegrated. American soil lost to cartel human and drug trafficking bases. Millions of single military-age men from over 100 countries, unvetted, released into our country, creeping into every corner of American society, every city, every town. Our schools overrun by illegals, granted free access to American education infrastructure in hundreds of reports, with no room left for our own children. Hundreds of thousands of violent criminals released into our nation, despite federal law stating that DHS shall detain known criminals who enter America illegally. 1,000 or more known or suspected terrorists allowed to pass freely into the heart of our nation, into my state, into yours. This is the legacy of Alejandro Mayorkas, and by our oath, we must impeach this man who has presented an arrogant, defiant tone of denial and lies to Congress for 3 years, seemingly content or even proud to destroy America day by day. So it is that on this day, it shall be written in the historical record of the People's House that Secretary of Department of Homeland Security Alejandro Mayorkas has been impeached. So shall it be written. So shall it be done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my Republican colleagues are starving DHS of necessary border security resources while accusing Secretary Mayorkas of not doing his job. House Republicans refuse to consider the White House's $13.6 billion border supplemental funding request that would pay for more border agents and officers and detention beds. I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to this resolution to impeach Secretary Mayorkas. This resolution is as ridiculous as it is dangerous. It has no evidence of high crimes or misdemeanors. Are we really debating impeaching a cabinet secretary because House Republicans don't like the policies that he advances under a democratically elected president? Far from alleging true high crimes and misdemeanors, this resolution relies on the same tired and untrue Republican talking points that Democrats have demonstrated for months are not true. With this Marjorie Taylor Greene sham impeachment resolution, the majority is bending to the will of the most extreme members of their conference simply because they don't like the policies that Secretary Mayorkas is pursuing. Secretary Mayorkas is an excellent and dedicated public servant working tirelessly to protect our national security and to address a broken immigration system. And this Republican Congress, the least productive Congress in the history of the United States, having passed only 27 bills that have been signed into law despite over 700 votes in this body, is simply trying to distract the American people from the fact that they are not doing a single thing to address the lives of ordinary Americans across this country. I keep thinking that the House cannot debase itself further, Mr. Speaker, but it appears that we have not reached rock bottom yet. Vote no on this sham of an impeachment. I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Mississippi reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now recognize the gentleman from Arizona for 2 minutes, Mr. Siscomani.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chairman Green, for yielding me time. Let me start with this. The House is pursuing impeachment because there is no option left. Secretary Mayorkas has abandoned his job, and he has abandoned the American people. As the charges describe, the Secretary has willfully and systematically refused to comply with the law. And he's put our communities and our country at risk by doing so. This is not an action we take lightly. The last time his cabinet secretary was impeached was in 1876. This is a historic impeachment for someone with historic failures. The time has run out for Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas to be able to do his job. In order to secure our communities, protect our homeland, and keep Americans safe, Secretary Mayorkas has got to go. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to include in the record op-eds from frequent conservative legal commentator Jonathan Turley and Alan Dershowitz opposing the Mayorkas impeachment, despite their